Hello, hello. Happy Saturday. That's the day it is. Oh, my hair is just doing weird things today. We're just gonna have to move past it. I don't know what's going on. My brain is not all here. It's a classic Pacific Northwest day, as in it is very gray and very rainy outside. And that means that as a solar-powered creature, and as most humans are in some way, shape, or form, I have, like, very low energy. Like, low. I think I had more energy on Wednesday when I was, like, everything. Wednesday was an interesting day. But I managed to haul my butt out of bed today, which on a Saturday after a exhausting week is like gold star worthy. And I did some research this morning for what we're going to talk about with Sasquatch. And I actually should pull that up, huh? That would probably be smart. Oh, I have it up. Where is it? There it is. Yay. God. I need dark mode. I need dark mode on this software. So I'm not using like Word, I'm using LibreOffice, and it needs to be darker. We do the font in white, and we color everything else black. That does not help at all. Oh well. I do need the font bigger though, because reading and looking at a screen and arting and stuff at the same time is going to be challenging. Let's add 1.5 spacings. So this morning I looked up popular stories about Sasquatch, and I've written a bunch of them down. One of them's really long. It's like 3 pages at 1.5 spacing and 14-point font. Yeah, it's like 3 pages. It's a lot, but I think it's important because it's like one of the first Sasquatch sightings ever, and I think that's like a good place to start. Well, I think a better place to start is what my inspiration is. So last time I streamed, I sketched out a little guy. Yeah, it's all blurry. I'm sorry. I don't have autofocus on this. Oh, I don't have it turned on this, because then everything would just be blurry all the time. But I sketched out this little guy in a cave, like peeking out behind some curtains, and I decided I didn't want to do that. Because Valentine's Day is coming up, and I have no new art for Valentine's Day. The last art I made for Valentine's Day was like 2 years ago, when we did the skull with all the lines and everything like that. I know I have it down there, and it will pop up eventually, but I made like some greeting cards and some stickers, and there was filigree involved. I think that was 2 years ago. I have the file, I can look at it. I called it Soda Skellies, I think. Digital. If it was last year, then all I can say for myself is, oh my God, what a year. 2021. Yeah, so 2 years ago. I really liked it. I need to make more stuff for it. Oh, and then I ended up calling it 2 of Hearts. Okay. But anyways, I've decided that I want to do some Sasquatches kind of like those little best friend hearts that you can like take apart and put together. But I'm gonna do like little Sasquatches in like a little heart-shaped cave, I think, is what we're gonna do. And then one side will be one Sasquatch, the other side will be another Sasquatch. And if you put them together, it'll look like they're kissing or something, maybe? Or maybe they're just like knocking heads together. I'm not sure. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think that's kind of, we'll have to sketch it out first, obviously. I think that's what I want to do. We're starting with the classic 6-inch square. And once I get the sketch going, then I'll start reading this really long story. I think that's what we'll do. I think that's how we'll do it. And this is just going to be a raster. I'm not going to do vector for this. I'm faster at the raster drawing, just like standard line drawing stuff. Not black. We want pink. All right. So this one is only going to be like 1/2 of it. So we've got... Yeah, okay. Wow, look at how slow that is. That is not acceptable. We're gonna delete that. Hang on. I've got all these shapes. Heart tool. Boom. All right. So we want 1/2 of it. Might do more than 1/2 on this side, just to get the size right-ish. It's gonna be a very wide heart. All right, something like that. All right. All right, that's what we're gonna work with. This is just our rough outline. We're not, well, we probably are gonna use it, but it's just our rough outline for now. Okay, go over here, get back our paintbrush color. Alrighty, so if this is our middle line, we want like a little zigzaggy thing. Or they're gonna fit together, you know what? They're gonna fit together some way. I don't like how slow, like there's so much lag. Like, there's a lot of lag. So much lag. We'll, maybe I should try it in the old software. Let's save this. Let's open up the old software, see if it's any better. If the lag's any better. I know. New. Ugh, I hate it when it does that. Alright, we're just doing 6-inch by 6-inch. Transparent background, create, and then let's go over here into settings and make sure you guys get this new window. Boom! Yay! Alrighty. Let's try this again. I don't want an ellipse. I want a heart. A really, 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 really big heart. Wow, I went a little too big this time. Let's go down. Up. All right, color. that. I'll go over here to layers. We're gonna go into this other. Okay, we're gonna add a pixel layer. Grab our paintbrush. Okay, the lag is gone. So it's, I don't. What is going? Oh, okay, right. Art projects open. Sasquatch open. Save. Why didn't it change the file name? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Alright, so we're going to have like, let's put a guide. Maybe we need to move this over just a tiny bit more. Maybe we need to make it a little tiny bit smaller. Just so I have more zigzaggy space, like I can go over this side a little bit more, and then I can go over this side a little bit more. Yeah. Save. Okay, now we're gonna do the brush. Here. Alright. So I was looking up inspiration on how to make a cute Sasquatch, and I think the base is do a bean shape with giant feet. Like, it has no neck, no shoulders. It's literally like a bean shape, like something like this. This is its head. You can put little arms on it if, you know, and then like it's got little feet, and then, I shouldn't say little feet, and then, you know, you just want to make sure that its feet are like giant. Something like that. Maybe not quite much heel. That's a little much. But yeah, something like that. And then if he's walking, this other one's gonna be like up. I could just, I don't know why I'm doing this. Why am I doing this? I don't know. Erase that. But that's not like the direction. That's not what I need. I need it, one, not walking and facing the other way, because, you know, it's facing its significant other. That's kind of what we're going for. So we're gonna do this. Oh, that was the eraser. I just need this a little thicker for right now. Wow, that's terrible. I think we need to do some warm-ups. I am obviously not. Obviously just not. My brain is just not here today. I'm blaming the weather. Also, we have standard boring Earl Grey tea today. Nothing special. I was definitely not in the brain set to put loose tea in a tea ball and then put it in the teapot. That was definitely not something that was popping off in my head. So that's a thing. All right, let's do this. Come on. We've got Sasquatch. He's gonna be facing, I say he, because pretty much everyone out there says he for Sasquatch, just like everyone says she for boats. I guess Sasquatch is a he, even if it doesn't matter what the gender is. So do we want Sasquatches kissing? Like, would a Sasquatch kiss? Or do we want them just like nuzzling? Maybe nuzzling would be better. A big sloppy kiss. Just like maybe tongue, just like blah, 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 with their tongue. Yeah, no. I don't know. I mean, if they have primate lips, I don't necessarily think they'd kiss. I think we'll just put like their heads resting against each other. Maybe just a hug. Well, it's gonna be like a friendship bracelet. So, you know, you get like one half of a heart that says, you know, best friends, and you stick them together and they make a whole heart. And when they're separate, they're like just two things that don't make any sense. That's kind of what I want to do. That way, if you want the whole set, you can buy 2 stickers or 2 keychains or whatever, and then they'll fit together. Just like a little friendship thing. So, I think maybe just like bonking heads would be cute. Oh, I like that. Yes, bonking heads. I like the bonking heads idea. Let's do that. Alright, so we're doing a bean because we want it to be cute. That's our goal today, is cuteness. Cuteness. So we've got kind of a bean shape. I don't know if that's enough of a bean shape. I'm not, like, character design is not my forte, so I had to do research. On what is cute. You'd think I'd know. Really. I don't. I have no clue. But he's got to be leaning forward, right? To be bonking heads. So maybe like that? Maybe he's like a reverse bean shape? Because if this is our midline, he's poking over the midline slightly. Maybe he shouldn't be poking over the midline. Maybe the midline is where they're actually both meeting. Yeah. I wonder if I could do a hug. Hi, Cherry. You haven't missed anything. We're doing the sketch first, and then I was going to start reading all these fun stories that I found about Sasquatch. I even found one about the skunk ape. Well, I found a lot about the skunk ape, but I kind of like smushed them together a little bit. And happy 2023. Woo! I hope everyone had a good new year. I'm trying to figure out how to make... Yes. Skunk ape. Yes. Apparently there's a big group of people that believe Sasquatch also lives in Pennsylvania, and there's a bunch of ones in Utah. Legend has it. Yeah. About that. I don't know if you guys could tell, and especially from when I was writing that first script, I am 110% not necessary. I'm not a believer in Sasquatch. I think that most people have misidentified bears or other similar fuzzy animals that are sick. Because, like, when a bear like specifically a bear, if a large bear gets sick with like mange and is, you know, just coming out of hibernation, so they're really thin, they look surprisingly like a primate. It's very scary. It's very strange. Legend has it that a man made the finest moonshine in all of South. And that moonshine was made in my very backyard in Davie, Florida, not too far away from the Everglades where the skunk ape lives. One of the first sightings of the skunk ape, though, was like from a little kid. So I think that we'll go over that. We'll go over it. Maybe we'll go over it first instead of last. Because I kind of put them in the order that they happened. Oh, the fact that there's moonshine and you already want to believe, that's 110% what it is. If you want to believe something, you're going to believe it. All right, let's get this arms on this guy. So this is the face right here. It's going to be like the face. We'll make a little face shape. Right? And then we need some little arms. Oh, these are long arms. Listen close, my friends, for today is the day we tell you about the legend of the skunk ape. We might have to rotate the bean. Because his arms are going to be long. And he's got like a hand. When you hug a friend, kind of go like that, right? Okay, we're gonna have them both facing forward then. We're gonna shift the face. Get rid of that. I want mine to have a little bit more shape. Like, I love the bean concept, but like, no, that's not a good shape at all. I think that's a good shape. Or maybe not. I don't like the arm. I don't like these spaghetti arms. All right. I think what I have to do is I need... Now, coming from the South, you may say, hey, maybe they prefer potato moonshine. But no, it's corn. Our hero of the story is a friend of mine named Joe, and Joe made the finest corn whiskey. His friends would call him Corny Joe. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're gonna do the other Sasquatch green. This is just so I can sketch out, like, the way that they're standing. So I can make sure I have things proper. They're gonna be, like, right together. I don't know if I can do this shape. Okay. This one's giving me a hard time because, like, I don't know how I want it to look. Other than cute. Alright, so if if we've got, that's not the color that I want. If I've got a face here and a face, whoa, that's not what I wanted to do either. And a face here, right? And they're both looking at us. Let's go back to the pink. We've got bean 1, bean 2. They don't need to be the same shape. Similar, yes, but not the same. You know what? Let's go down to the skunk ape, because I thought that was kind of funny. Pennsylvania. That one's Utah. That's beginning in Washington. Okay, here we go. Skunk ape. You guys ready? This is what I wrote down. Old Corny Joe lived in the South where the crickets were sawing their song and the alligators just bobbed up and down in the moonlight. Corny Joe picked up some wood from his wood store and went to his corn still, and he had one of the most glorious batches of moonshine brewing anyone had seen for miles. I bet he did. So, this is what I found out for the skunk ape. The largest believer and curator of evidence is Dave Shealy. And his story goes back to 1974. He and his brother Jack were like, and he was young. I think he said he was 10. They were just out playing in their backyard on the edge of the Big Cypress National Preserve. And Jack saw something that looked weird and furry. And when he picked up his brother to show him, his brother saw like the bat. So Jack picked up Dave, and Dave saw. It's not a very good national park. Well, in the 70s, it was not a national park yet. It was just some land that they couldn't build on. So Jack, the older brother, picks up Dave, the younger brother, so Dave can see what Jack saw. And they just saw like a fuzzy thing running away from them. Whoop-de-doo. You really couldn't call it. No, it's a marsh, right? It's like a big swampy thing. So he went from the 1970s, uninhabitable, yeah. So when he was 10, his brother convinced him that he had seen something scary or weird, monkey-like, in a swamp. When you're 10, you'll buy anything your big brother tells you, right? So he spent the next, 50 years trying to find evidence of this. Like, his whole life hinged on this thing that his older brother told him. And he got some film footage, some video footage in 2000 of the skunk ape. Everyone basically says it's obviously a guy in a monkey suit walking through the marsh as fast as he can. But, Dave is like 110% on the this is real trail. Dave also has a skunk ape research center. And he is basically the self-proclaimed king of the skunk ape information. Like, he's the premier skunk ape researcher. Um, although I have to say, Dave was not the first one to see the skunk ape. Just like many of the other sightings of the Sasquatch or Sasquatch creatures, the first sighting was reported into 1957 by some hunters who were hunting in what is probably now the Cypress Preserve area, like in that area. And they just reported that, like, something came and ransacked their camp. And they didn't know what it was. I would not be surprised if they were not, doing what hunters do when it's been a slow hunting season, especially after the end of a long day. Just sipping back some of that moonshine, because that's probably what I would be doing. Weekend out with the boys. Back in the 50s, even into the 60s, it didn't even have a name. It was just like a thing. And somewhere in the 60s, they started calling it the skunk ape. And of course, when that happened, when you give something a name, everybody starts seeing it. So between the 60s until the late 90s, everybody was seeing the skunk ape. You think it's racist, to be honest? Skunk ape. I couldn't find anything that says why they named it skunk ape. And honestly, I don't know if I looked that hard. I'm sure there's a reason. Did anything ever not racist come out of Florida? Good question. I don't know. Probably because Florida is nowhere nearly as bad as Georgia or Mississippi. So I'm going to give Florida the benefit of the doubt and say that it's not 100% racist. Because I really believe that Georgia and Mississippi, one of those two, would take the cake. Really? I don't know. I think that on any of the Bible Belt states, and Florida does kind of fall into that, but not. My experience with Florida was when I was a teenager, and you need to come visit. I've been there. I don't want to visit. It's hot and gross. Did you know that in the 70s, I think it was 1977, it's not hot now. Yeah, I know, it's January. It's not hot in a lot of places. But it's still hot because you said you almost had to turn on your air conditioning. Was that 2 weeks ago over Christmas? Anyways, so Florida, somebody in Florida in 1977 decided that the skunk ape should be kept as a national, not national, a state treasure, and they suggested a bill to protect the skunk ape and keep it safe from hunters and, habitat loss, I guess is a good way to put it. It did not pass. So if you find a skunk ape, it is free game to shoot it. I don't know how well that will go over, because then you're hunting in a national park, and I think that's not allowed. I know, yeah. Laws have never stopped bad actors from being bad. I totally agree. And the only other thing I have is, supposedly in 1997 there was a tour bus going around the Big Cypress National Preserve or some other national park in that area, and the entire tour bus of 30 or 40 people, it's a lot of people. I don't know if that many people could fit on a tour bus. Maybe. I don't know. It could be Everglades. Just blame the Florida man. It is Florida man. Florida man is a Sasquatch. You heard it here, folks. There's only 2 parks, so it might have been the Everglades. The Everglades is definitely a more popular one. Although I don't know why it would want to leave big, maybe, well, I mean, Everglades is definitely a nicer park, so maybe that's why he left and went over to the Everglades. I mean, would you leave Big Cypress National Preserve if that was your home and go over to the Everglades? If you like marshy, smelly water and alligators. Obviously he does. Obviously Sasquatch does, or the skunk ape. But, so yeah, so in 1997, a whole bus full of tourists say that they saw the skunk ape. And I'm pretty sure that that is, yeah, and mosquitoes. Oh god. Well, that's why you got all that thick fur. The fur will keep you safe from mosquitoes. It will. It will definitely keep you safe from mosquitoes. Like, how many times do you get bitten on the head, where all our hair is, by a mosquito? Usually it's like an exposed area. You don't go outside. I don't go outside anymore either, apparently. I just hang out in my house. Oh, I'm in the wrong color. Yes. I don't know how to do this. Because when you're hugging somebody, like, one of your arms goes up and one of them goes below. Like, does the green guy go below by default? Because he's the second person, which means, like, his hand is under the shoulder. So what I'm thinking is we'll have like a puzzle cutout there. That way you can lock the two together. Just look at sloth stuff. Sloths are so cute though. Okay, and when you're hugging somebody, should I like separate their bodies a little bit? Like, should they be like leaning forward like you would when you hug your friend? Or should they stay, you know, nut to nut, as they would say in military? I mean, this is for Valentine's Day. I think groin to groin would not be a bad thing. I'm thinking. Yeah, as in, if they were men, their groins would be aligned. It's a military phrase. Nut to butt is a phrase where the person, you've got someone's butt, and you're standing like so close that your nuts are touching their butts. It is definitely, yeah, it is definitely a military thing. It makes less sense when you're a woman because, like, you don't have nuts. So you just have to, like, boob to back somebody, I guess. Happy Valentine's Day trademark, nut to butt. The Washington State National Guard has, like, a huge article on Sasquatch and stuff like that. So I just thought that was gold. I think I linked it in my list of resources. Where did I get this one? I I don't have the resources for that. Oh, here we go. This is where I got this. Oh shit, I just deleted it. Copy. Paste. Enter. So, the newspaper, the history.com news, Bigfoot legend newspaper, that's where I got most of the stories from, and then I Googled separate information to like find a little bit more out about said story, because this article just kind of breezes over like, hey, this is a sighting that has a lot of evidence behind it. I was like, okay, let me take this and we'll squish through it and see what we got. All right, so now his legs. How are we gonna do his legs? Or the feet? The feet. Because they need to be big. And if I do... Because when you're standing like that, one person's legs, usually like you alternate feet. Like, it would be pink foot, green foot, pink foot, green foot, or you go like one person's on the inside and the other person's like on the outside. And I don't know, maybe we do the green foot first because pink's arm is dominant. We can do the green person's foot dominant. So we'll do green, pink, green, pink. Because you won't be able to see in any of the inside person's feet if we do it this way, which we don't necessarily want. Pardon me, God, I'm so burpy today. So we've got legs. Right? Their grains are smashed together. That feels so weird to say. Alright. So we've got like a foot. I'm having a deja vu. Holy crap. It's gonna be bendy. Got a big foot, big toe. This is just a sketch, which means it doesn't have to be perfect. I'm obviously trying too hard. Okay, let's go this way. We'll just do like 2 different hair colors. Joe stoked his still and made sure the distiller and double boiler were working as expected. They were. Joe was an expert at his craft. Joe closed the door to the still and carefully worked his way back up to his tin shack he called a home. I kind of want to make it evident that, like, they're excited to see each other. I don't know if I can get any more clear than that. Okay, I think that's what we got. Let's do a different color real quick. We'll just do blue. Do like this icy blue. All right, so just so everyone's clear, the pink one is going to be on one sticker and the green one's going to be on a different sticker, and I'm hoping I can get it designed so that they'll like lock together like it would be like a friendship bracelet or something. That might be a little bit challenging, but I am going to try. I'm going to try very hard. Okay, so on my sketch, we've got a cave. So I think they're going to be outside their cave. So we're going to... do something like this. Because the cave I can just flip over and basically it'll be the same on the other side. I want it to be subtle, but not like that subtle. All right, let's put some shrubberies. I do like a good shrubbery. I have fun drawing shrubberies. And then we got some trees back here behind the shrubberies. Oh shoot, we've totally like, we need to move everything over. Oh, first, yeah, let's just move everything over. All right, that's everything. We gotta get this heart back in frame. Pardon me. So I think what's going to be on this sticker will be to like there, and it just won't be, it'll be clear there. This gap and this gap are going to have to be really big. It's going to be tricky. It's going to be very tricky. Let's read another story. Should we do this long one? Oh, okay. So this isn't a long one. This is a bunch of shorter ones. So maybe we'll read like one or two of them. So, historically, Bigfoot sightings go back to the Pacific Northwest, starting around like the late 1800s, early 1900s. But most of the sightings are in like the British Columbia area. And I did not write down the name of the tribe, but there is a tribe out there that, did I write down the name of the tribe? I did not, but there's a town in British Columbia called Harrison Hot Springs, and they have had a Sasquatch festival since 1938. And in 1938, it started off with the indigenous tribe people there, and I'm sorry, I cannot remember the name of them off the top of my head, but they did, they would do like canoe races and salmon barbecues and Sasquatch dances, and I have a picture of what their first Sasquatch costume was, and oh my god, it's wonderful and terrifying, just like pretty much all historical imagery is. Like, if you look up historical jack-o'-lanterns and their turn-ups, they are horrifying. There are some OG Halloween costumes that are horrifying, and like, people would let their kids out wearing these things. I have to find this picture. Where is it? Here it is. I think they are awesome. Yes. So, this is a picture of the first Sasquatch. I agree. I really wish people would like be able to wear, you know, the scary things, the homemade things and stuff like that, and they wouldn't get shamed, but this is the society we live in. So here is their Sasquatch, and the people, you know, getting ready to do their Sasquatch dance and stuff like that. And I just like, this is gold. This was so awesome. I love this. It's beautiful and also terrifying. And I believe this costume was made out of bear skins. And bears, especially black bears, can get very large. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is only like 1.5 bear skins. And of course, somebody was probably like, oh my god, it's a Sasquatch. Yeah. That picture was freaking amazing. But yeah. So, and Harrison Hot Springs still has a Sasquatch festival. They do it every year. It would be fun if they just, yeah. Well, they probably wouldn't, because they're believers. Maybe not necessarily strict believers, but you know, we did read that when I did the script for the other one, the origin story, and this is the same tribe, and I can't remember off the top of my head what the name of the tribe was. I feel terrible, but not really, because I don't have the energy to do that. So, yeah, one day, if you guys want to make a trip to Harrison Hot Springs in May, it takes place in May. It's like the second weekend in May, I think. They still do canoe races, and they still do a big salmon barbecue, and they still have Sasquatch dances, and probably all kinds of other things. There's probably like little art markets and stuff too. Local artists and stuff can sell their goods. Pardon me, gosh. Oh, I'm out of tea. I'll have to drink water for a little bit. All right. So, where was I? I found this book. It's basically a whole bunch of short stories about people reporting. Uh-oh, Cherry's done something. What have you done, Cherry Round? What have you done? This book is a bunch of short stories collected by author J.W. Burns. It was published in 1929, so most of them are from like the late 1800s and early 1900s. And I think we'll just read this first one to start with. It's a little long, but I think it'll be interesting. What if the Sasquatch was really the Sasquatch and he was just a hairy guy that had snappy answers to dumb questions? Oh my god, that would be beautiful. I could probably draw that. We could probably draw the Sasquatch. Giving out sass. I can't even do the move anymore. That'd be hilarious. All right. So this book was collated in 1929. And the interviews were probably done maybe 1928, possibly early 1929. So, yeah, of course I exist. Stupid. Oh my god. I need to see if I can do... We might end up only do digital art this month, because every time I think I've got my setup for traditional art squared away, I'll like get everything going and something ends up like being missing. Like I've got the video 90% figured out. I've got the audio figured out because I've got this wireless lavalier mic. I've got the lighting mostly figured out. But like I can't switch screens. I found Pincard. He is not in a box. He is on a bookcase waiting to be painted. He is not being squished. He has not ever been squished. He is hanging out next to some art supplies, doing fine. He is fine. He's not engaged. I need to redo his hands and his face. He still has Alan Rickman's face. Okay? I'm sorry. But that's what he's got going on right now. And I really need to fix that. And his hands are too small. I mean, he does have a weird shaped body because he has a bowling pin, but... Yes! Do you not remember what the face looked like? His face looks like Alan Rickman's face. And I'm not hating it, but at the same time, it's not, it's not Jean-Luc Picard's face. Okay, and now that I'm out of this, I love Alan Rickman, man. He is amazing. I am very sad that he passed away. I'm going to take a quick break because I'm feeling the need for tea and my water is almost empty also. So I'm going to do that and then we'll cut back and we'll read one of these stories from J.W. Burns' book about the sightings of Sasquatch. So, be right back. Alrighty, I am back. It is still raining out there. I don't think the level of raininess has stopped. It did occur to me, I finally printed out my the updated citizenship documents. So I definitely need to start filling them out. It was freezing there last night. Really? Yes, right here. Printed it out. It's double-sided. It's like 20 pages. Yes. I even checked the date. They don't this form doesn't expire until 2025, which means that if I filled it out now and forgot to file it for like a whole year, 2 years even, I would still be able to file these. So, yay me, right? So we basically we're gonna have to do a movie stream where I fill that out and we just watch a movie. And the other thing we need to do is we did reach our community goals. Subathon. That's our community stream. We can do a subathon and community stream where we make fake metal bands. Each page equals 1 sub. Oh my god, dude, we'd be here forever. Forever. But I mean, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Kind of like that idea. I have to figure out a day for that. I don't know how to write right now. Fill out. Yeah. But the other thing we have to do is we have to figure out a day for the community stream because we've reached our points. We have an 8-hour stream coming up for fake metal band art. And I need your guys' submissions for great fake metal band names. And we need to pick a day to do this. Like, I don't know when to do this. I know it's probably going to be like a Saturday or a Sunday. And I know I can't do it next weekend. And I left my calendar thing upstairs. Because I'm trying to pin David down so we could schedule some stuff. But, that's been, interesting. You have to be here on Saturday for work. Oh, so you're saying that I should do it on a Saturday. So you have to be here for entertainment purposes. Like today, you're here. I don't mind streaming on Saturdays. I kind of like it. So that narrows it down. I'm busy next Saturday because I have a painting that I'm supposed to be working on to finish for an art auction, and I really need to finish that. Is a cute little Sasquatch lady in a frilly apron watering some plants. I was doing it watercolor and I hated it. Like, I flat out hated it. So I basically just stopped working on it. But I re-sketched it and I put it on a canvas and we're going to be painting it. I mean, I could. It would take forever for me to design. Because you'd have to design the left side separate from the right side, and then the hood. Probably have to do a separate design. You'd have to do 4 different designs. You know, one for each side. Left side, right side, back, and top. And you'd have to make sure that they all matched up. I mean, you could. I've done designs when I was in school, like a bazillion years ago, for mailbox wraps or electric utility box wraps. It's a project that a lot of cities pawn off to schools, whether it be like high school art programs or college art graphic design programs, and you'll get your art on like a utility box or something like that. It has been proven to help graffiti, like reduce the amount of graffiti on utilities, and it looks nice, and it gets, you know, exposure to some artists. Yeah, mine did not get picked, but I did do the work, and it really helps you understand how two-dimensional art can work on three-dimensional objects. You just have to plan things out properly. Your city didn't do that kind of stuff? Aw. See, Tacoma does. There's a lot of utility boxes wrapped with art. In Tacoma, but it's a again, it's a school thing, like schools do it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would suspect it would be something that they would do in Texas, but like again, not all cities do it. That's not true. She has her art on Instagram, Insano Designs on Instagram. Go follow her. She does awesome little art things. We've got lots of plants in there and fun little snails and other interesting critters. I have a box of open junior mints over here for some reason. Assassin mints. My nemesis. I'm gonna do some like clouds. Because it's the Pacific Northwest and that's like what we have. I'm gonna have to make him a sticker. I enjoy the Assassin Mint. I just think it's clever. Of course, there's a lot of things that I think are clever that other people don't seem to get. You're doing macrame and you don't have the space. Macrame can take up a lot of space. Macrame is also fun. Alright, so I think this is what we're doing. So what we need to do is outline this. That way when we hide him, we know where his hands are going to go. We know where his feet are going to go. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. It is handier when you can hang it. Jeez, macrame. Oh my god. Cherry. Cherry, you're funny. So I think what we're going to do is... Oh, that's the wrong color. That's even the wrong layer. I'm just going to have the clouds kind of go around so it's like a heart shape. Like an obvious heart shape. Macrame is definitely an art form. Think of like plant hangers. Those really cool like stringy plant hangers that like open up and you can put a plant inside them. That's a form of macrame. If you want to get really weird, well, I don't say weird, but if you want to get really kinky about it, you can also say that some forms of, you know, bondage is definitely a macrame. Sounds like a French sandwich. It's not. It's the art of making very pretty knots. All right, do we want to... I'm going to do this cartoony, I guess. So we need brown. All right, so there are 3 primary colors of Sasquatch. It's black, like a reddy brown, and then like a golden brown. What color do we want this Sasquatch to be? A black, the reddy brown, or like a golden brown? Oh my god. I don't know, do you? David turned the last of our ham into pea soup last night, and because our ham was very, very strongly flavored, our pea soup tastes interesting. Not like bad, it's just very interesting. It's definitely interesting. Yes, Christmas ham. Yeah, it had like the Asian 5-spice blend on it and lots of like honey, mustard. Like, it was very strongly flavored. This is the best way I can guess. What? It's good, but usually when you want pea soup, you don't want like, you want the ham to be present. You don't necessarily want all the spices and seasonings that you put on the ham to be present. And so we have a very, I've had honey baked ham. I've had honey baked ham from the honey baked ham store. We have a honey baked ham store in Tacoma. It's very strange. Every time I go over to the Michaels in the area, because it's like right across the street from the Michaels art supply place. Yeah, it's weird. Like, you can taste the ham, and you can taste the split peas. It's just got this very strong other taste to it because it has all these other herbs and spices and stuff in it. It's not bad. Yeah. You have to really, really like ham to enjoy a Christmas ham. Especially to get your money's worth. Definitely. That's a lot of ham. Usually what we do is we'll freeze like half of whatever's left. It depends on how big of one we get. But we'll like freeze half of it after like it's been cooked. So you can just throw it in the freezer. Separate the bone. Put all the meat in a bag in the freezer. And then it'll last a little bit longer. So you can take a break for like a week. And then you like throw the bone into the ham. The pea soup. Or you can do like bean soup, B-E-A-N soup with ham. I don't actually like that, but it can be done. What the heck is going on with my my stylus is doing weird things. Okay. We're gonna do a poll. We're gonna do a poll on Twitch because I know how polls on Twitch work. Here we go. New poll. That's not how you spell that. Boom. What pole did you do? Oh my god. You little smart aleck. Oh my god. Your pole needs to hurry up. You're so done with this. I am so done with this week. Okay. There is an actual poll. What color of Sasquatch hair is this Sasquatch going to be? This is what I need to know. So it's going to make a difference with what line color I do. If you're watching on YouTube, just put a color in there. It's black, red brown, or blondie brown, like a golden brown. Those are the three options you get. So those are the three most common colors. Coincidentally, they're also very common colors for bears. It doesn't let you vote. Well, what color would you have voted for, Insano? That is weird. I wonder if it's because I put it like right after cherries ended. You picked red. Well, now we have one vote for blonde brown and we have one vote for red. So we can do like a redhead and a blonde. That'll be fun. I like that. I do enjoy that. I think we'll do the blonde on the other side. On this one. I think that'll work better. With the color, the way I'm going to color the background. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do redhead and a blonde. Alright, we've got 20 points. Let's get a brush. Let's do a basic brush. We'll do nice clean line work. Okay, hold on. Alright, there's gonna be a little gap there because that's where his friend is hugging him or her. I keep like a day planner and I write down, the next time I run upstairs I'll get it and I'll show you guys. Oh, do I have mine from last year? But basically I write down like a list of things that I want to accomplish that day and then what I actually accomplished. It's more like a to-do list. And then if I did something that I wasn't expecting to do, like If I decided that I needed to do laundry on a day that I wouldn't normally do laundry, I'll write down, hey, I did this many loads of laundry, or I did this many loads of dishes, or I swept and mopped the house, I went out for a walk today for X number of minutes. I don't do like specific goals, because if I can't meet them for some reason, I get really upset, not happy, in a not healthy way. So I try not to do like specific goals like that. But that's just me. Oh, I should read one of these stories for you guys. All right. So this is from the book BC's Hairy Giants, like British Columbia's Hairy Giants. It was published in 1929 by J.W. Burns. One of this first story is from Peter Williams, who lives in the Chehalis Reserve. I should save my art here, huh? All right. J.W. Burns has this to say about Peter. Peter William lives on the Chehalis Reserve. I believe that he's reliable as well as an intelligent Indian. He gave me the following thrilling account of his experience with these people. These people referring to Bigfoot / Sasquatch. And the term Indian is used because this was put in, 19. I do not believe I'm not going anywhere in February that I'm aware of. So if you're going to be in the area, that would be cool. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna be in Arizona. Yeah, whenever Gen Con is, that's when we'll be traveling. That would have been really cool. If we were a little bit closer and we weren't behind schedule, we would have totally been able to do that. Next time we go to Gen Con, hopefully we'll be able to take an extra few days and like do a little bit of a road trip kind of thing, but I don't know. I think I was supposed to say one evening. Alright, back to Peter Williams' story, who is an indigenous person that lives in British Columbia on the Chehalis Reserve. One evening in the month of May, 20 years ago, so that puts it at like 1909, he said, I was walking along the foot of the mountain about a mile from the Chehalis Reserve. I thought I heard a noise coming from nearby. It sounded like a grunt. Looking in the direction in which it came, I was startled to see what I took at first sight to be a huge bear crouching. Huge crouching on a boulder about 20 or 30 feet away. I raised my rifle to shoot it, but as I did, the creature stood up and let out a piercing yowl. It was a mana giant, no less than 6.5 feet tall, and covered with hair. He was in a rage and jumped from the boulder to the ground. I fled, but not before I felt his breath on my cheek. Holy smokes, that is fast. Right? Alright, let's get some lines for this arm, and then we'll read a little bit more. Oh no, I have to scoot everything again because I forgot that I was going to do that. Okay, hang on. Select everything. That's not the kind of select all that I wanted. We want to deselect everything. So we need the arm to be on the canvas. So right there. Yes. Save. I never ran so fast before or since through the brush and undergrowth towards Statlu, or the Chehalis River, where my dugout was moored, so his boat. From time to time, I looked back over my shoulder. Big mistake, by the way. Maybe I can make out pretend to work. Yes, you go pretend to work. Yeah, if you're running away from something, don't look back. Just go until you reach a place where you feel safe. If you look back, you're going to increase your chances to trip and fall and hurt yourself, or, you know, whatever's chasing you is going to catch up with you and eat you, because you have to slow down to look back. So don't look back, just go. Just floor it and go. The giant was fast overtaking me, because you keep looking back, dummy. 100 feet separated us. Another look and the distance measured less than 50. And then less than 50. Then the Chehalis, and in a moment the dugout shot across the stream to the opposite bank. The swift river, however, did not in the least daunt the giant, for he began to wade in immediately. Okay, so basically, he ran, he reached the boat, and he just launched it. Probably doesn't remember how, because that's what happens when you have adrenaline going. And he shot out into the river, and the water started carrying him away fairly quickly. And the Bigfoot, like, chased him into the water. He arrived home almost worn out from running and felt sick. He took an anxious look around the house and was relieved to find that his wife and children were inside. He bolted the door and barricaded it with everything he had at hand, and then stood guard, basically. Peter added that if he had not been so excited, he would have easily shot the giant, and then when he began to wade in the river. Yeah. After anxiously waiting for 20 minutes, resumed Peter, he heard a clicking noise approaching, like the trampling of a horse. And then he looked through the crack in the wall, and it was the giant. Darkness had not yet set in, and he had a good look at him. Except he was covered with hair and twice the bulk of the average man. There was nothing to distinguish him from the rest of us. He pushed against the wall of the house with such force that it shook the house back and forth. Holy smokes. The old cedar shook and timbers creaked and groaned so much under the strain that I felt I was afraid to fall down and kill us. He whispered to his wife to take the children and hide under the bed. The one thing about, like, these really old stories, and it's something that you see in writing and stuff too, especially from, you know, the 1900s. Oh my god, these people were wordy. They used so many words. And, you know, when I was in college, blah, 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 our English teacher was like, you need to use as few words as possible to make your point understood. And they did not believe that in, like, the 1900s. They just wanted flowery words, super descriptors, repeating yourself a lot, kind of like you do when you're streaming. And why did you make a new line? Layer. We didn't need a new layer. They had more patience, but they also... Reading was more of a storytelling device, less of an informational tool, with the exception of, like, newspapers. But, yeah. So I'm stripping out a lot of the repeats and stuff like that. Yeah, they didn't have TV or phones. They did have advertisements, but the advertisements they didn't take up nearly as much space as, like, the meat of the story. If you go and watch, like, really old, like, black and white movies and stuff like that, and they show a picture of, like, the front page of a newspaper, and if it's specifically if it's a real newspaper that they used as a set prop, There are almost no pictures, and they don't use columns like we use now, and the whole front of this newspaper is usually covered with text. Like, you might have a really bold headline, and it's just all going to be text. And it's in blocks of text, not columns of text. So you'll have, like, a block, a third of the paper, front of the paper, devoted to one story, and it'll just be in, like, normal book paragraph form for that block. And then right next to it, you might have another block. It's really interesting. Like, just looking back, it's crazy. Like, the biggest thing that they might do to differentiate each block from each other is, one, they'll usually have a very thin border. Usually, not always. It depends on the paper and, like, how much they could do it. And the other thing you might notice is, to signify it's a new story, the type will be, like, slightly offset, so that the lines don't match up. So visually, you stop when the lines don't match up anymore, and you go back to the beginning of that one block of text. And sometimes, again, like, they'll have a line out there, or they'll have, like, a fancy starting letter for a less important story that's not taking up, like, the center front of the newspaper. Things just is super interesting. The history of things. I'm not even, like, a big history person, and just sometimes history is kind of cool. Especially if it's the history of something you're kind of already interested in. Like, I don't believe, like, Sasquatch. I don't think Sasquatch is a real thing. I think people don't understand what they've witnessed. And it is probably, like, a bear or something similar, deer. And if you're, inebriated, or you're already afraid, and you're going off of these stories that you've heard other people tell you, you're gonna believe, what you're predisposed to believe. You might believe in Sasquatch. You might believe in vampires. You might believe in fairies. It just comes down to what you are predisposed to believe, what you've been exposed to. Pardon me. And that's probably going to bum a lot of people out. But that does not mean that the stories are not cool. Alright, so Peter told his wife and kids to go hide under the bed. Peter pointed out what remained of the old house in which he lived, and explained that the threat is so great Alright, so basically, Peter moves out of that house because he's afraid it's going to fall down if the Sasquatch comes back. After prowling and grunting like an animal around the house, he went away, and they were glad, and the children and his wife were really uncomfortable under the old bed. I would be really uncomfortable under the old bed, too. The next morning, Peter found his tracks in the mud and around the house. It was either the biggest man or beast he had ever seen. The tracks measured approximately 22 inches in length, but were really narrow. Okay. Cool. Okay. Yeah. I think, in my mind, because I'm definitely skeptical of, like, everything. In my mind, everything comes from, like, I don't want to say a grain of truth, but everything comes from somebody's experience and how they told it, and how convincing they are when they were telling their story. And how predisposed everyone, the people around him were to believing things. Like, if an elder in your system, comes to you and says, hey, this weird thing happened to me, you're probably going to believe him. He's your elder. You're supposed to believe your elders. And especially in times before, we had film and ways to prove things. Yeah, you believe whatever somebody tells you, especially if they have a history of being truthful and they're reliable, or they have been reliable in the past. That's how I think we've got, you know, Sasquatch and stuff like that. I don't like how this line's going right here. It's too blobby. But okay, where is this? Okay, the following winter. Okay, so Peter had that experience. The Sasquatch left him. He built a new house. The following winter, while shooting wild duck on part of the reserve, about 2 miles from the village, Peter once more came face to face with the hairy giant. And the indigenous... And Peter ran for his life, followed by the wild man. And after pursuing him for 300 or 400 yards, the giants gave up the chase. So, Peter ran faster than Sasquatch. Old village Indians, who called upon Peter to hear of his second encounter, nodded their heads sagely, shrugged their shoulders, and for some reason not quite clear, seemed not to wish the story to gain further publicity. So, the old wise ones, the reliable people, the people that you're supposed to trust, or you were raised to trust in your society, basically told Peter to shut up. And I'm guessing that their names are not actually Peter, but, you know, white man called them. Then it's also easier to read a story like this if everyone's name is, you know, Bob or Frank or something like that. No! What's going on? Stream, you good? I think we're okay. Stream came back. It looks like it came back. Cool. Okay. On the afternoon of the same day, another indigenous person by the name of Paul was chased from the creek where he was fishing for salmon by the same individual. Paul was horrified and because he didn't have a gun. A short distance from his shack, the giant suddenly quit and walked back into the bush. This definitely sounds like a bear. Personal opinion. From something that, from a story that's over 100 years old. It's almost 120 years old now. This is a really old story. God, no. This is like a 200-year-old story. No, 140? Right? Because the book was published in 1929. The story was 20 years older than that. So, yeah, no, just over 100 years old. Like 120 years old. That's an old story. Okay, for the first and second time, that's always been like that since forever. The math. Alright, the first and second time, Peter went on Peter, he was alone. And okay, so Peter was alone the first couple of times. And then in early spring the following year, he was out with another guy bear hunting, and they went to the same place where he originally met him, so the river just off the Chehalis River. And on this occasion, they ran into 2 of the giants. Fancy that! 2 giants for 2 people. They were sitting on the ground. At first they thought they were old tree stumps, but then so these are obviously like brown bears. Or like dark brown bears. Excuse me. I don't. These are obviously 2 brownish Sasquatches, or they wouldn't have been mistaken for stumps. They were sitting on the ground. At first they thought they were all tree stumps, and then they stood up and came to an immediate stop. They were both nude. We were close enough now to know that they were a man and a woman. The smaller of the 2 was the woman, but neither of them as big or fierce looking as the one that had chased him before. Peter and his friend ran, and the Sasquatch did not follow him. One morning, a few weeks after this, Peter and his wife were fishing in the canoe on the Harrison River near Harrison Bay. paddling around the neck of the land, they saw on the beach the giant Sasquatch that Peter had run into before. They stood for a while looking at him, said the indigenous person, but he took no notice of us, and that was the last time that Peter saw this Sasquatch. Peter remarked that his father and a number of other indigenous people knew that wild men lived in caves near the mountains and had seen them before. He wished to make it clear that these creatures were in no way related to the indigenous tribe. He believes that there are a few of them living at present in the mountains nearby. So that is a very old story of a hairy man, aka a Sasquatch, as told by an indigenous person. Probably not actually named Peter, but you know, that story, how that story goes. Alright, I think some of these lines are just too thick. Thick boy lines. I obviously think Peter found a bear, and because this white person was asking him about it, or asking him tales about these people, the hairy wild men, Peter was probably just, you know, let's give them a story. Because why not? Yeah, all these lines are too thick. I hope I can make this work. It might not work together perfectly, but stickers will be easy to do. So I can just get clear backed stickers, and then you can just layer them on top of each other. That was still kind of an interesting story. Definitely kind of shows that bears will do things that are probably bears will do things, especially if they think they're going to get food or something out of it. And if you anger them, which you shouldn't do. Don't piss off a bear. Alright, I'm gonna work on this for a little while. I wanna try to get at least the line work done before we start coloring things in. Maybe at least the Sasquatch done. It's been almost 2 hours. It did take me a really long time to figure out the sketch though, so I guess in my defense. Oh, boy. Okay, I'm basically redrawing all these thick lines. They're just too thick and I don't like them. Too thick. trying to make this one flat because that's where his Sasquatch friend is going to be smushing against him. And I feel like that's probably going to be a little bit more flat. Look at these ones are just so big. So big. This one looks like it vomited something. Spending too much time on a detail that might not matter later. Okay. Now we gotta figure out Sasquatch's face. Should I just do like little round dots for eyes? Like, do we just do like... They usually have like largish noses, so if we do something like that. Alright, we'll do like little rosy cheeks. Whoa, hello. Where are you going? Can you go back to where you're supposed to be? Well, that was crazy. Okay. Okay, it looks like just give him a simple mouth with like little teeth. So if I do something a little bit more like that with some little teeth. Oh, look at this furry bean. He's kind of cute. Oh. What did I do? I hit a button. Don't know what I hit, but apparently I hit a button. Deselect. Can we deselect? Thank you. We need to give him some... Yeah, he does look cute and creepy. I think his face is too smooth. So let's give him some, I think first probably want to do something like that and make the hair a little closer to his face. So let's erase this a little bit. Oh, I don't like those. Keep doing like I'm gonna draw a leaf, but I'm not drawing a leaf. I'm drawing a Sasquatch. Alright, I think we've got our hairy little bean. I think it'll look better when it's in color. So we just need to remember that. Alright. We're going to do some color. We're going to do gray for the rocks, I think. So what I'm thinking is I'll do this side like the cool colors. And then I'll do the other one like the warm colors. So like the cool colored Sasquatch and the warm color Sasquatch are friends. Or lovers. Whatever makes them happy. Oh my God, pardon me. So let's get a kind of coolish gray. So something like around there. This is like winter Sasquatch. This is kind of what I'm thinking of, like winter Sasquatch and summer Sasquatch. So we've got going on. I think he'll look less creepy once we get the color in. Like we got a little Rocky Mountain, yay! Okay, so cave. All right, we got a cave. We need some shrubberies. So do green. Do it a little darker. Oh, and this can be all the greenery. Yeah. Make things easy on us. Whoops. Edit, redo. Better save. Better save. Okay, I think it'll be okay. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. There, that'll work. Alright, there's one shrubby looking thing. Might need to put a bit of rock right there. Alright, I'm going to do this other shrub, and then I think I'm going to take a quick break. I kind of drew my shrubs. I kind of draw my shrubs the same way I draw my clouds. Because in my brain, they're basically the same thing. Like little shrubberies or clouds for the land. They're all full of like weird shapes and stuff. Let's see. Cute, look at that. We're getting there. Alright, on that note, I'm going to take a quick break. And maybe we'll read another one of these stories from 1929. That kind of sounds fun. I will be right back.
Welcome to my quiet room. Although you're here a minute too soon. You've got 2 ears, you've got 1 mouth. Let's listen more than how you shout. Zoom, 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 zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. When you come here seeing blind, when you come here and deaf, you don't like the bad and you don't like the good. Grief comes to those who brag the most. Zoom, 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 zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom.
the mornings if we don't wake up? Why are the nights if we don't flame up? These are some questions I ask myself when I see people living without going ahead. Free electron, that is what I thought when you walked my way. Free electron, nobody knows what you do all the day, but you just don't lose time to be a better man. You just go so far in the experiment. You just feed your soul and molt like a snake. You just keep the pace and veiling the fake. Why would we stay here when we could go there? Why would we give up when life is so fair? These are some questions I ask myself when I see people living without looking behind. These are some questions, some basic questions. I still couldn't find the answers. I still couldn't find the answers. Free electron, that is what I thought when you walked my way. Free electron, nobody knows what you do all the day. You just don't lose time to be a better man. You just go so far in the experiment. You just feed your soul and most like a snake. You just keep the pace and veiling the fate.
Welcome back. Wow. I ran upstairs. I got my day planner thing. So I like this one. This one's pretty cool. It's got, I don't know if you guys can really tell, but it's got like 2 columns. So it's got like the side A, like A and B, and there's like a little line of check boxes in the middle. So on like one side I do like, I work from this hour to this hour. And then on the other side I do like the stuff that I want to, well, not necessarily want to do, but the stuff that I have to do every day. So like, one of them's like, not feeling really happy today, but I did dishes and I exercised for 40 minutes. I also worked. I have a note that David has drill. Exercised. Yesterday I signed up for Fremont Fest and it cost me $484. I do hope I get in because that would be super exciting. I think the Sasquatch stickers, like the ones that we're working on right now, will go over well. I think that would be cool. Hopeful. My battery life. Okay. I think we'll be okay on battery. If my mic dies, I'll end the stream. But, oh, the reason I brought this down is I wanted to see what would be a good day to do the community stream. So I know next Saturday I'm busy. Yeah, got an art auction on the 14th, so I can do the 21st. So we can do January 21st or January 28th. I guess we can run a poll for that. I do need to know so I can poll. run this one, or I'm just gonna let this one run for like 10 minutes, just in case people are away. So I put a poll up on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, just let me know if you prefer the 21st, 10 to 6 Pacific, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Pacific, or the 28th, 10 a.m. Pacific to 6 p.m. Pacific. I haven't actually spent any time figuring out how to run the YouTube stuff. So, sorry, not necessarily sorry. I have not really wanted to look at that much. I'm going to fix two things. One is that's the wrong color. That is so the wrong color. That means you down here are the wrong color. We're just going to erase that. I'm just going to erase it. That is such the wrong color. Yeah, if you let me know, community stream, it'll be a whole 8 hours. We're going to do the fake metal band. That's not a shrubbery, this is a rock. Do the fake metal band stuff. I will also be drinking a Red Bull or Monster, depending on which one I like that day. Alright, this I don't like at all. Like it didn't make sense to be like that. So I think we're just gonna go something like that. And we've got a weird little line right there. So now this one goes over too far. You know what? I think I'm just gonna leave it like that. I'm just gonna save that. Beautiful. Okay. Let's bring this back. So we gotta get the trees in. Ooh, too far. And then we're gonna copy this, deselect and copy it correctly. That would be smart. Copy, paste, transform, flip. I'm gonna deselect, because if you don't deselect it, it'll just make it again. And we erase the stuff that's behind the gray, behind the rocks. Looks like I went a little too far. Whoop. Oh my god. Edit. Redo. Redo. Okay. Undo the one. Alright, zoom in. There we go. Save. Ta-da. I think we're just going to do one merge. We're just merge everything all at the end. I think that's the smart way to go. Or maybe what we should do is do this at like 50%. Because I know sometimes when I merge them together, they get blurry. There we go. And now we can go like this. And give it a more tree-like appearance. Doing it again. All right, we got one tree. Save. Do, 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 do. Which means I could delete that one. Yay! All right, we got another one over here. We're just going to freehand this one.
Early this morning, it started to rain. I packed up my troubles and threw them down the drain. As I reached down at the corner, I heard the brother say, "Trying to go is going down the line. Stitching down, save nine. Gotta be there, gotta be there. Oh Lord, gotta be there, gotta be there, gotta be there. Oh Lord, gotta be there."
All right, we got one more tree. We might do like a little half tree back here. Maybe not. I don't know.
Rise up this morning with the sorrows and pain, expecting things to be better. They remain the same. Then I said a prayer. Then I give praise.
All right, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna copy this. Oop.
The sun will shine
Copy
again.
paste. Layer. Transform. Flip.
Oh Lord,
Deselect everything. Pick this guy up and scooch it over.
oh Lord.
And then reduce the opacity. Draw a proper layer. We'll have to redo that poll when people are available to vote. That's okay.
You must be missing me so bad. When you left, you said that I don't deserve you, but I can see that you don't want to lose what we had.
People get busy, and this is a work and lurk stream, so work and lurk. You guys can always send me a message with which date you prefer, the 21st or the 28th. Maybe we'll get to talk about fake metal band names. I bet that there are some amazing fake metal band names out there in your guys' heads. Alright, we got the green things. I guess the clouds could be gray too, right? I mean, it is the Pacific Northwest. The cloud lines are going behind, like, everything. We're gonna do the same gray as the rocks. Oh, maybe we can put some like little rain lines in the background somewhere. Last night I watched the Monster movie from Rob Zombie. I don't know what my opinion is on it, because that was not what I was expecting. I will say I did not like how they created, like, the story that they did for Herman Munster. Like, I don't like that he was like a failed comedian. That's just a personal preference. I don't necessarily think that it worked well for his character. I think it's about time for another story from the 1920s. Let me go and tidy up all these little squiggles that I've got going through the trees here. Alright, I think we've got pretty much everything, so I think we can turn that off. Oh, look at that. Oh, okay, yeah, before I forget. If you're super happy to see your friend, you don't even have eyeballs, right? You have those little those little like U shapes, like little happy U shapes, like this, right? that's what your face looks like. Wow, that was a little too much pressure. There is a happy Sasquatch. So happy to see his friends! Yay! Oh, my ear made a squishy noise. Alright, let's save. This is going to be the cutest sticker ever made. We can just do different colors of gray in the background. Oh my god, we can totally like flat color this. Oh, it's so nice. So nice. Alright, let's read another shirt. Let's go. Let's maybe not do one from the 1920s. Let's go to... I have a spot in my script called... Sasquatches in the USA. So the Canadian one started in like the late 1800s, early 1900s. Most reportings in the US, outside of like Washington, because I don't know, it's almost like the Pacific Northwest area is like its own country for a while, until, you know, like the 1920s. And then it's like, oh yeah, I guess the Pacific Northwest will be part of the United States. At least that's how it seems when they're presenting it in like these stories and these news articles. It's like the Pacific Northwest is its own thing, and then like California is where they start saying like, oh, it's America. So you got the late 1800s into the 1900s in the Pacific Northwest and in British Columbia area. They have, you know, the hairy man, Sasquatch kind of thing. And then in California, specifically like the Northern California area where a lot of forestry was going on, in the 1950s is when they started spotting Sasquatch. After, like way after, years after there were sightings in the Pacific Northwest. So in 1951, Eric Earl Shipton claims to have found a Bigfoot print, or a footprint of the Yeti while hiking in the Himalayas. Okay, that is totally not United States. And the article I read, I should say the second article I read on this, basically says that it's probably a bear footprint, but in the 1990s, is it 1990? Oh, it doesn't say. The article doesn't say. But Christie's auction house in London sold this photograph, the original print of this photograph of the supposed Yeti footprint, for $5,000 US. Like, that's insane. So somebody bought that for $5,000. I couldn't find anything, like, the article I looked at didn't say whether he admitted it was like a hoax or anything later. He was just hiking in the Himalayas and found a print that he thought might be a Yeti print, and he took a picture of it. And somebody bought it for $5,000. Yay. So that was 1951. And then the next notable one is in 1967, and this one's got a lot of controversy behind it. So Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin shot the first video of Bigfoot, basically what it is, walking across. It's super popular. You've probably seen it. If you've seen any Bigfoot video, like actual video, you've probably seen this video from 1967. And it is definitely touted as one of the first times that Bigfoot has been proven to exist. In 1999, Gimlin actually admitted that it was a hoax. He said that it was planned out by Patterson, and Gimlin was supposed to be the witness, like his second to back it up. And they basically denied it until then. Gimlin was pretty old, and I think he just wanted it to stop. Personal opinion. There are a whole bunch of other bits of evidence saying that this was a hoax, like the company, the business that they rented the costume from, has the receipts for that, and knew about the condition of the suit and everything like that. And then the guy that wore the suit says that, hey, dude, this was definitely a hoax. I was paid this much money to wear this suit and just walk back and forth in a really awkward manner. And then I'm going to put on some chapstick because my lips are getting chapped. Mwah. And then in 1947 is the Dave and Jack Sheely brothers for the skunk ape. Because, we don't want to have the Pacific Northwest or the West Coast to have all the fun. You gotta have it other places too. I just thought it was cool that you had like a Sasquatch / Bigfoot sighting in Florida before you had it in the northern areas. You didn't get a sighting in Pennsylvania until like 1980. So you start on the East Coast in areas that are very unexplored and very forested in the late 1800s and into the 1900s. And then it slowly gets down to California, and then it jumps all the way across the country to Florida. And then it makes its way from Florida up north into Pennsylvania. So in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, a homeowner found a giant footprint in their yard and a really funky smell. And he took a picture of it, and that's kind of like it for that area, like that immediate area. And then in the Allegheny National Forest, a hunter set up like some trail cams, those cameras that you just like mount to a tree and use them to catch like the nature habits, the natural habits of the animals and stuff. He got a shot of what appears to be some bear cubs in a really weird looking humanoid shape that just like walk across the scene. This was back in 2007, and most people that have reviewed the video, like literally most people, like scientists and everything, are like 99.99% sure that the larger figure that looks humanoid is actually a bear that has mange and is very hungry. And do I have a still of that one? I don't have a still of that one. And then, so Pacific Northwest, down to California, over to Florida, up to Pennsylvania, and then finally it hits the central states in Utah. And Utah had like 2 sightings fairly close back to back. So some hikers were filming when they saw a bear. They thought it was a bear, but then it stood up on its hind legs and like started walking towards them, and so of course they took off. And that happened in 2012. And then that happened in like 2007. And then crowdfunding started becoming a really big thing. So they, after this other incident, they started a bunch of crowdfunding stuff so they could try to research it more. But in 2012, so the first one was 2007, the second was in 2012, another hiker saw another thing that they thought was a bear until it stood up, and then it started throwing rocks at them. And people still have sightings. Like, there was a sighting in 2021. But, yeah, if you want, you can go and look up the Provo Canyon Bigfoot. They're I didn't look and see if their crowdfunding was successful because I just thought it was silly, but there might be a Bigfoot crowdfunding out there that you may or may not be interested in looking at. You know, just something random and fun to check out. We need some dirt. I need the green Bigfoot. I need this to be dirty. Dirt, dirt, dirt. Oh shoot. I've moved things, so I'm not gonna move this back into place. Yeah, like that. Okay. Where's the dirt? Bigfoot sightings have been around for a minute. Probably, maybe not nearly as old as some people think, but definitely, you know, old enough. Oh, I hate when I like start drawing a line and like I'm not confident about how I'm gonna finish it, and basically you have to redraw the whole thing all over again. Because you aren't confident in how you're gonna finish it. It happens and it sucks. Alright, so... Okay, I think we've got the lines and stuff.
Welcome to my quiet room.
Now I can do the color layer.
Here a minute too soon.
Colors.
You've got 2 ears, you've got 1 mouth. Let's listen
Oh, let's start with the cave. Boom. Alright, we're gonna start with black. Maybe not quite black. Maybe the blue black. Really dark color. Maybe we can go back up to 20, maybe even 30. Ooh, living on the edge.
When you come here seeing blind. When you come here and deaf.
I'm definitely thinking doing clear stickers. That way you can lay them on top of each other and then it'll look like they're hugging. maybe just a little bit. And then we won't put any on the green. Digging that. I think that's a good idea. We're gonna make this a mask. Drop another one in there. This will be dark. Or basically just, oh, hello. Yes. There we go. There we go. We're just gonna kind of make an amorphous, blobby shape. Blending tool. I'm excited to use the blending tool because this blending tool is amazing. I gotta figure out why this blending tool works better than the one in the new software. Is it the oils? Yes. I'm pretty sure it's like a setting or something that I have that I didn't set up properly. But oh my god, it looks so much better. There's so much more texture and stuff. Save! Yeah, this isn't just cave colors. This is like inside cave. Oh, I mentioned that that town of Harrison Hot Springs, they have the coolest logo. Oh shoot, it didn't open up where I wanted it to. Go away. Open with Affinity Designer. How cool is this Sasquatch logo, guys? It is so awesome. I love it. And he's got like, I think that's supposed to be a raven. I feel like this is a bear. Yeah, that's like a bear. Like he's made up of a bunch of different animals that are part of that creation story we read when I was writing the script. Like, that just makes me super happy. This is cool. And this is the name of that tribe. The Sales? Yeah, I'm not going to be able to pronounce that correctly because I can't even do English most of the time. But yeah, so like all of these different shapes, like these big shapes right here are generally eyes. So like this is probably a critter, like probably one of the things. This shape usually means like a bear or something. I wouldn't be surprised if there was like salmon or something in here too. I'm pretty sure that's raven. He probably has bird hands. Just to go along with their creation myth and stuff like that. I just think that's really cool. I thought you guys would appreciate that. Alright, next up is the cave. Alright, so we are gonna need a brush. I think we'll just do the block of it this color, and then I'll do the gradients and stuff like that. So yeah, they're not gonna look like anything different right now. This art is gonna make me so happy. It's gonna be so cute. And then you can like give one to your best friend, and you can keep one for yourself, or you can keep them both to yourself. Or, you know, give one to your significant other. I think that's cute. Again, it might not go over well, but I think it's cute. And I'm the one creating it, so that's all that matters, right? Alright, so we've got that. We're going to make that a mask. And drop this in. I think we're going to do darks first. And I think temporarily we're going to put a color overlay of black on that. Perfect. That's what we need. Cool. Because we need to go and clean up these outlines, because we went over in some spots. Oh, a little bit over here. Oh, I'm not even done coloring it. A little bit there. A little bit there. Oh my gosh, I went like way over up here. God, I hope people like this. Okay, I think what I need to do is, I think I did all these lines on 20. Got that, and we need a little bit there. Okay. The Sasquatch lines probably should go on top of everything else. He is our front and center guy. Alright. So we're gonna go a darker blue gray. Oh, that's a little too much blue. Maybe there. And we're gonna do it like so. Just kind of getting messy. We'll go clean things up in a little bit.
Too late, you just missed the train. Fast for you, all you did was to man. That's the best you can do. And you ran for days and nights. But time slot is so tight. Mr. Sleeping Man, there's an answer hiding in that space over there.
Squigglies,
There's a dreamer,
lots of
show you where to
squigglies.
go. Sleeper Man, there's an answer. Sleeper Man, Sleeper Man, there's a dreamer. Sleeper Man. You run the day.
Do, 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 do. Blending brush. Let's give this stuff some texture and some shading. Oh my god, I love this brush. This is definitely my favoriteest brush. That is a little too blended. You know what? Maybe I'm gonna go down to like 90.
Over there, there's a dreamer. Show you where to go. Sleeper man, there's an answer. Sleeper man, sleeper man, there's a dreamer. Sleeper man.
It looks like a rock. So what we're gonna do is go in with the eraser and erase some just like random spots where like it'd be higher-ish, maybe. Whoa, okay, well, a little too far on that one. We're gonna go down to like 50 maybe. I don't know if that made a difference. It may have. We're gonna do it again anyways. Do that, and a little bit here, a little bit there, something over here, a little bit up there, and just do quick squiggles. I actually think it did something. Maybe not necessarily what I wanted it to do, but you know. Alright, so we're gonna go back to here. We're gonna go lighter. Not white, because this is not the Yeti. But just some highlights on some places where the light would be touching it. We'll go back up to 90. So I think that's going to work better for this. I think that looks rocky. And then we put the line color back to gray. Cave. Just turn that off. Close. Oh. Maybe we need a different line color. Maybe not black, but like maybe just a darker gray. Maybe like that. Might not even be dark enough. Maybe like that. Okay, so we've got two. Let me do the clouds first. I think we'll do the cloud lines next. Those are, we're gonna have to, oh, I have that cloud brush. want to do this one. Color. Definitely not at 500. Maybe like 100. I think. I don't know how small it is when it's set. Oh, shoot. I picked the wrong layer. Maybe 200. Try it at 200. Let's see what we got. Look at that. Oh, yeah. I don't even have to do anything. It's just like the right colors. It doesn't need to be opaque, so maybe we will. Maybe we'll just keep going until it's opaque. We can kind of still see the blue through it. And then we'll go and clean up the outlines. I'm digging this brush. You might not need the lines. We'll have to see what it looks like with or without the lines. Maybe I want it a little darker. Cool. Alright, and now we get the eraser. And we're just going to go and erase around these edges here where I've got these lines. Do.
Oh, I knew you would call back. You must be missing me so bad. When you left, you said that I don't deserve you, but I can see that you don't want to lose what we had. Oh, you're the one that I need. Let's just take it slow and just breathe. Loving someone is not easy, you know. But it
I think we need to reevaluate where this goes. This comes down here. And then it just like disappears. So let's go to clouds. Paintbrush. Back to brushes. Basic. Here, but we're down to like 20. I think we need to come up like that is the wrong layer. Wrong layer. Clouds. This is the layer I need to be on. There we go. Okay. That's cave. Here's clouds. Now go back to the eraser. Save. Saving. Gonna come up here and clean up these. The focus. Ooh, went too far down. Did it again. What? I keep doing it. Probably would have been easier if I'd chosen to like mask this, then I wouldn't have to be so worried about erasing things by accident. But am I doing that? No. No, I am not. I am going in hardcore and erasing things instead of masking things out. Kind of like living on the edge. If you erase too much and don't notice it until you've like gone like super far, you basically just kind of screw yourself. So what I'm gonna do is to provide some differentiation. We're gonna go in with the dark. We're just gonna do a little bit like along here. And a little bit along here. A little bit there. A little bit along here. Just provide some additional definition. Make everything look like it's supposed to be together. Oh, that's too big. Do like 50. Oh, it's really spreading this out. Definitely gonna have to go with the eraser and do some tidying up. I have no clue if that did anything.
Don't play, don't play, don't play. Listen what mama said. Listen what mama said. Don't play, don't play, don't play. Listen what father said. What the father said. The heights of greatness we should get. We're not detained by sudden flights. They while their companions left, we're calling up through the night. Without a fight.
Okay, do that.
Don't play, don't play, don't play.
A little bit there.
Listen what mama said. Listen what mama said. Don't play, don't play, don't
Maybe I
play.
could do something.
Listen what the father said. What the father said.
There's like textures upon textures upon textures in
Listen
this
these
already.
words, 'cause it's a serious thing. Old Frog say what's joke to you is dead to him. Be careful what you say when you talk to him. Don't play, don't play, don't play. Listen what mama said. Don't play, don't play, don't play. Listen what the father said. What the father said. So good and good to follow you. God be there to protect you. For those who choose the evil ways, destruction here shall be their pay.
Definitely gonna have to go through and do some highlighting.
Don't play, don't play, don't play. Listen what mama said. Listen what mama said. Don't play, don't play, don't play. Listen what the father said. What the father said. Listen these words, 'cause it's a serious thing. Old facts say what's joke to you is dead to him. Be careful what you say when you talk to him. Don't play, don't play, don't play. Listen what mama said. Listen what mama said.
Alright, let's do some
Don't
light.
play, don't play. Listen what
I'll
father
just do the
said.
straight up white because it's gonna end up getting blended out a lot.
Follow you.
Pardon me.
Job is there to protect you.
Little there.
Those who choose the evil ways, destruction here shall be their path.
I'm gonna go a little ways away from the
These
line,
words
I
I
think.
say,
because of how it's blending.
Listen what mama said. Don't play, don't play, don't play. Listen what the father said. Oh yeah, now, baby. Like I said,
Yeah. That's what we got going on. Alrighty. So we're just going to keep blending these out and erasing any of the light that goes over too far. We might be able, or we might need to get rid of the line work for the clouds. The nice thing is we can just turn it off for a little while and see what it looks like. Which is very lovely. We'll see if the work we have done makes it to where we can see, you know, clumps of clouds. Whoops. Wrong tool. Should save. It's been a while. Like a whole 10 minutes. Alright, let's turn off line work. Oh, I like it better without the line work, actually. Yeah, that's very Pacific Northwest. Okay, I have to see what the rocks look like without lines. No, they look better with lines. Definitely. The only other thing I can think to do is I just want to try something. I'm just gonna do this. It'll be okay. Oh, we found something. Cave colors. Look, there's a little bit of cave that's poking out. Clouds. So I want to do... The overlay looks really cool. Kind of like that. Okay, but we can also reduce it a little so it's not quite so oomphy. Okay, I like overlay. David Light is also pretty cool.
Welcome to my quiet room. Although you hear a minute too soon.
Average just kind of flattens everything. I don't necessarily want that.
2 years, you've got 1 mouth. Better listen more than how you shout.
I think we're gonna leave it there. Overlay. Maybe down to like, I don't know, I think 75% is gonna be pretty good. And now, do we want the lines on now? Definitely want the lines on.
From here, seeing blind. When you come here, hear and deaf. You don't like the back and you don't like the goats. Grief comes to those who brag the
I think that's good just like that. Alright, so let's do the trees next, I think. These trees go behind the cave, but in front of here. So here, trees. Alright, so we've got... Alright. I might need to make the lines on this darker. No, I think that's what we're gonna do.
Why are the mornings
Don't want black though.
don't wake up? Why
So,
are the nights if we don't flame up? These are some questions I ask myself when I see
That.
people living without going
and
ahead.
then if we go down here, we use this color instead,
That is
which is darker.
when you walk my way. Free electron,
Which I think will work better because then we can add some highlights.
but you just don't
Yes.
lose time to
Yes.
better men. You
Oh,
just
yes.
go so far in the experiment.
We made it about halfway.
Your soul and most like a snake. You just keep the pace and failing the fate. Why
Halfway through this one anyways. The next one will be easier because it's basically just going to be a copy and paste and flip and then just a recoloring of some things.
when life is so fair? These are some questions I ask myself when I see people living without looking behind. These are some questions, some basic questions. I still couldn't find the answers. I still couldn't find the answers. Free electron. That is what I thought when you walked my way. Free electron. Nobody knows what you do. You just don't lose time to be a better man. You just go so far in the experiment. You just feel your soul
that one. Let's do this one. That is the wrong tool. I'm definitely not being like extra careful or anything. Maybe instead of doing like evergreen trees on the other side, we'll do like the deciduous, right? Conifer. 'Cause these are, isn't it coniferous and deciduous? Coniferous. Oh, that's totally not what I wanted. Coniferous. Look at that, it is deciduous and coniferous. I'm so proud of myself. Coniferous and deciduous. Maybe that's what we'll do. We'll do the other one like a deciduous forest. That would be cute. Oops. Whoa. What am I doing? Coloring. Trying to get all that light green to go away. I think I'm gonna put another tree back here, but I'm gonna do it with a darker color, with that darker, with the color that I'm using for the lines here. We can have a couple little tiny trees back there to make it evident that like this is a forest. They're just gonna be shapes. The other one will have like blue sky. Yeah. Oh, I think it's great. I think this is good because like redheads are typically like super sensitive to the sun, so I think this will be like a fun little thing. Or you know, you got that friend that prefers cloudy, rainy days, and then you got the people that prefer the sunny days. Look at that, we're just adding layers of meaning to this art that originally had no meaning. Originally, it was just gonna be a cute little Sasquatch thing. Yeah, look at that, we got like 3 of those. Alright, so I'm gonna need another layer. And we're gonna go in with this color. And maybe we'll go down to 20 because I think that's gonna be smarter. This might just need to be black. want them to be bigger. Oh, this one can go in the clouds. I think. If I put it on the very top. Yeah, then we get the appropriate cutouts and stuff. Look at me being all brilliant in things for a change. And then I'm just going to copy and paste. I'll shift it there. And this one will be black. Oh, wrong one. No, it doesn't really matter. We'll just bloop. Maybe apply a gradient to this. We'll go a little black here. Start down here. Come on. Right, it's got the color overlay. This will be fine. This will be fine. It will be fine. We don't want the cloud. We want wheels. I think we want this one actually. Whoa. Might help if I was on the right layer. Where the oh shit. Don't tell me I colored. Okay, got that off. We've got this coming on. And then we got the blending thing. Yeah, okay. And now we basically are going to do something similar here. First, we're going to do a little bit of this, because these are all kind of behind this.
Early this morning, it started to rain. I packed up my troubles and threw them down the drain. As I reached down at the corner, I heard the brother say, "Trying to go is going down the line. Stitching time save nine. Gotta be there, gotta be there. Oh Lord, gotta be there, gotta be there, gotta be there. Oh Lord, gotta be there."
We need a little bit more.
Got to be there. Got to be there. Got to be there. Oh Lord, got to be there. Gotta be there. Gotta be there. Oh Lord, gotta be there. Gotta be there. Gotta be there. Oh Lord, gotta be there.
And we blend.
Oh, I knew you'd call back. You must be missing me so bad. When you
Yay!
don't deserve you, but
Got some trees
knows what we had.
that I like. Pretty happy with them. Let's see what it looks like without. Oh yeah, no, we need lines. We need lines on that. Definitely need lines on that. I'm gonna take another quick break, even though we only got like 20 more minutes of stream, but I need a break. So we're gonna do that. I'm not even gonna run an ad this time because that would be silly. I'll be back in just a minute.
Just love me harder, have no mercy on me, just tell me louder. If you're loving me, just love me harder, have no mercy on me, tell me louder. If you're loving me, can I tell you what I want? Can I tell you what I need? Can I tell you what I want? Can I tell you what I need?
And I'm back. All right. So we need the shrubbery behind the rock and the shrubbery in front of the rock. And brown. Oh, might not be able to do Sasquatch until, God, we might not be able to do some of this stuff till that one day that I usually stream, Wednesday. Again, it'll be super fast to flip it and finish the other stuff that needs to happen inside of it. So that won't be too bad. I'm just trying to think, like, brain how I can get like a charm or something, and so that they'll fit together. And I might actually have to call. So I'm definitely gonna have to make like this gap bigger. Like these two are gonna have to be bigger than they need to, so there'll be a clear outline around everything. But I still think it'd be cute. And I'd like to do it without like actually having to place an order for a bunch of stuff and not have them work. That would be nice. But okay, so in front of trees we have shrubs. We'll make some berry. We'll make a little berry shrub. Oh, there's some black that didn't take over. I'm gonna have to put some of that dark green down there. It's kind of hard to see where the end of the line is here, or the edge is, because the greens are the same color. Found another spot where the rock colors went out past the rock lines. So right here, we need this one to come down further. Oh, that's like way the wrong color. Okay, hold on. Let me turn that off for a second. Color sample that. And bring this down here. Turn that back on. There we go. I think that worked. Yeah. Okay. We fixed that. Yay! Okay, back to the shrubbery. Bring me a shrubbery. I don't need a shrubbery. Please do not bring me a shrubbery. go. Take care of that. And a little bit there. Yeah. Save. So what I might do is I might erase these lines inside the shrub and just rely on, like how we did the clouds up here, rely on these shading lines. Might be what I do. We'll see. We'll see. We'll get there and see how these things go. Alright, so this can be a little bit like that. Go like so. A little bit like so.
We're not detained by sudden flights. They while their companions left, we're calling up through the night without a fight. Don't play, don't play, don't play. That's on my time to say. Don't play, don't play, don't play. That's on what the father said.
I wonder if I should blend this with the cloud one instead. Let's try that.
Listen these words, 'cause
Sharp
it's a
brush.
serious thing.
Cloud brushes. This one. I'm gonna go down to like 100.
Be careful what you say.
100's too big.
Talk to him.
Down to like 20.
Don't play, don't play, don't play.
That might be too small.
Listen what mama said. Don't play, don't play, don't play.
Let's try 50.
Listen what the father said. The good will follow you. God be there to protect you. For those who choose the evil ways, destruction yes will be their pay. These words I say, don't play, don't play, don't play. Listen what mama said. Don't play, don't play, don't play. Listen what the father said. Listen these words, 'cause it's a serious thing. Old folks say what's wrong to you is dead to him. Be careful what you say when you talk to him. Don't play, don't play, don't play. Listen what mama said. Don't play, don't play, don't play. Listen what father said. The good will follow you. Chop is there to protect you. For those who choose the evil ways, destruction yes shall be their plan. These words I say, don't play, don't play, don't play. Listen what mama said.
Alright, we might reduce the opacity of this a bit.
Don't play, don't play, don't play. Listen what the father said. Okay, now, like I said,
We've got some depth. Depth. Okay, and then this one will be this color green. Okay, so alrighty, let's go up to these lines. Okay, yeah, keeping the outside lines, but we can get rid of these inside lines. I don't know, maybe we should keep the lines. I think it works okay for the clouds because they're so far back. But I think this needs to be, you know, the right color. We are going to go to our basic brushes again. That up. Down to like 30.
back the most.
I've got some little shiny bushes. Woo! Saving. Saving. I think that is going to be it for today. On Wednesday, it looks like we'll be able to finish this off. And maybe we can cover some, we could talk about some more of the stories, or we could talk about the different kinds of Sasquatches. Because Sasquatch is like prevalent around the world. There are all kinds of different Sasquatch and Bigfoot stories. And I suppose we can talk about those, the different kinds. Maybe we can talk about characteristics, like what makes a Sasquatch a Sasquatch. Yeah. And we're going to try to figure out what day we want to do the community stream, whether we want it on the 21st or the 28th. So thanks for hanging out with me today. We did pretty good, I think. I think we did pretty good. We've got a good start. Definitely, I want to refine the rocks some more. It looks, I don't know. It doesn't look right to me. Maybe we went a little ham with the texturing. I do like the clouds in the background. I think that it's very Pacific Northwest. But yeah, we will work on this some more, and yeah, keep an eye out on Instagram and stuff like that. I'll post pictures of the Sasquatch painting that I'm doing, like the traditional art painting that I'm doing. But I have to go give Nunzio treats before he comes down and tries to yell at me, because he does that. He is very vocal about food time. So thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you guys later. Bye!
Electron, that is what I thought when you walked my way. Free electron, nobody knows what you do all the day. You just don't lose time to